Before we begin, let yourself settle completely. Feel the surface beneath you, solid, steady, and safe. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears. Unclench your jaw. Soften your hands. Take one long, slow breath in through your nose. Hold it gently for just a moment and release it slowly through your mouth. Good. There is nothing needed from you tonight. No thinking, no planning, no remembering. Only this quiet story, moving slowly toward you, like the last light of a winter afternoon. Let your eyes grow heavy. Let the words wash over you like warm water. And when sleep comes for you, and it will come, let it take you without any resistance at all. Are you comfortable? Good. Then let us begin. In which a young woman finds herself at the edge of a forest, and a door opens that was not opened by any hand she could see. There was once a village that sat so quietly between its two surrounding hills that travelers sometimes passed right by it without noticing it was there at all. The hills were old and rounded, softened by centuries of weather, and they curved around the village the way cupped hands curve around a small warm flame, protectively, gently, as though the village were something precious that the landscape had decided long ago to keep safe. The village had a bakery that smelled of cardamom and burnt sugar on cold mornings. It had a narrow cobblestone street that wound between the houses like a slow river finding its way. It had a well in the center square with a wooden bucket that creaked in a particular familiar way that the villagers had long since stopped hearing, the way you stop hearing the ticking of a clock that has always been in the room. And it had, on the quieter eastern edge, where the cobblestones gave way to packed earth and the packed earth gave way to frost-stiffened grass, a small house with a blue door. Isabel lived in that house. She was not remarkable in the ways that stories usually require their heroines to be remarkable. She was not the most beautiful woman in the village, though she had a quality about her face, a kind of stillness, a kind of listening that made people feel, when she looked at them, that they were being truly seen. She was not the bravest or the boldest or the most adventurous. What she was, more than anything else, was quiet, and in a world that so rarely valued quietness, that quality had always made her feel, in some small and private way, like she did not quite belong. She loved books the way some people love old friends, not for what they could give her, but simply for the comfort of their presence. She loved the particular weight of a book in her hands, the way the spine cracked softly when you opened it for the first time, the smell of old paper that was somehow both dusty and warm at once, like sunlight on a wooden floor. She loved the way a good story could make the world outside go very quiet and very far away, until there was nothing left but the words and the warmth and the slow turning of pages. She lived with her father, a gentle and somewhat distracted man who repaired clocks for a living and who was always, in some small part of his mind, somewhere else entirely, listening to the mechanisms inside things, hearing the hidden rhythms of the world. They were good companions, the two of them. They understood each other's silences. They knew how to share a room without filling it. It was her father who first told her about the castle. He had seen it once, years ago, on a journey through the forest that lay beyond the eastern hills. the dark old forest that the villagers called simply the Deep Wood, as though naming it more specifically might invite it closer. He had been traveling home in the early winter, when the first snow of the season had begun to fall, and he had lost his way in the fading light. And then, through the trees, he had seen it. A castle, not a ruin, not a crumbling thing of broken towers and collapsed walls, but a real castle, lit from within, its windows glowing amber and gold against the gray winter sky, its stone walls dark with age, but solid and whole. He had stood at the edge of the tree line and stared at it for a long moment, feeling something he could not quite name. Not fear, exactly, but a kind of deep and wordless recognition, as though some part of him had always known the castle was there, had always been waiting to see it. He had not gone closer. He had found his way home by following the sound of the village bell through the snow. But he had never forgotten it. And Isabel, who had grown up hearing that story told in her father's quiet, wondering voice, had never forgotten it either. The winter that everything changed was a particularly soft one. The snows came early that year, arriving in the first week of November, like a guest who appears before you have quite finished preparing. Not unwelcome, only slightly surprising. The village settled into its winter rhythms with the ease of long practice. Fires were lit. Extra blankets were brought down from high shelves. The bakery began making the thick, spiced bread that only appeared in cold weather, and the smell of it drifted through the cobblestone street on still mornings, like a gentle announcement that the season had truly arrived. Isabel's father had been unwell that autumn. Nothing serious. A persistent cough, a tiredness that settled into his bones and made him move more slowly, made him sit longer by the fire in the evenings, with his eyes half closed and his hands still in his lap. The clocks on his workbench went unrepaired for longer than usual. He slept more. He ate less. And so it was Isabel who went, one gray December afternoon, to collect the herbs from the apothecary at the far end of the village. And it was Isabel who, on her way home, took the path that wound a little closer to the edge of the deep wood than she usually did. Because the main street was icy, and the path was sheltered by the trees and easier to walk. She did not mean to go into the forest. She truly did not. But the snow had begun to fall again, softly, slowly, the way it falls when it intends to fall for a long time. And the light was fading faster than she had expected. And somewhere in the process of pulling her coat more tightly around herself and watching the snowflakes settle on the dark sleeves of her wool coat, she had drifted a little further along the path than she realized. And then she looked up, and the village was no longer visible behind her. She was not frightened. That was the strange thing she would remember later. She was not frightened at all. The forest was quiet, in the way that snowy places are always quiet. A deep and padded silence that felt less like absence and more like presence, as though the snow were actively listening. The trees were tall and old, their bare branches laced together overhead like the vaulted ceiling of a cathedral. And through the gaps between them, the sky was the particular shade of blue-gray that only exists in the last minutes before full dark. She stood still for a moment, listening, and then, through the trees, she saw the light. Amber, warm, steady, not flickering the way a torch would flicker, but glowing, the way windows glow when there is a fire inside, and the curtains are drawn, and the whole house is warm, and someone is home. She walked toward it without deciding to walk toward it. Her feet simply moved, carrying her through the snow between the trees, and the light grew slowly larger and warmer and more golden, and the trees thinned. And then she was standing at the edge of a wide, snow-covered clearing, and there it was, the castle. It was exactly as her father had described it, and nothing like she had imagined. It was large, larger than she had pictured, its stone walls rising dark and solid against the winter sky, its towers reaching up into the falling snow. But it was not cold. That was the first thing she felt, standing there at the edge of the clearing with snowflakes settling in her hair. Despite the stone, despite the size, despite the winter all around it, the castle was not cold. Light poured from its windows, warm, amber, fire-lit light. And even from this distance, she could see the faint curl of smoke rising from several chimneys, drifting upward into the gray sky and disappearing. The gate was open, not broken open, not forced open, simply open, as though someone had unlatched it recently and left it that way, as though someone had been expecting a visitor and had thought to make the entrance easy. Isabel stood at the edge of the clearing for a long moment, the snow falling softly around her, the light from the castle windows warm on her face. Then she walked through the gate. The courtyard inside the walls was paved with large, flat stones, and the snow had settled between them in thin white lines, tracing the pattern of the paving like frost on a window pane. There were stone urns along the walls, and even in winter, even under their covering of snow, she could see the shapes of plants inside them, dormant, sleeping, but alive, waiting for spring with the patient certainty of things that have waited before and know that spring always comes. The front door of the castle was heavy oak, dark with age, with an iron handle worn smooth by centuries of hands. She raised her own hand to knock, and before her knuckles could touch the wood, the door swung open, not violently, not dramatically, simply open. Slowly, smoothly, as though the castle itself had decided to welcome her in. The warmth that came through the open door was extraordinary. It was not just the warmth of heated air, though that was there too. A soft, enveloping heat that wrapped around her cold face and hands like a gentle embrace. It was something more than that. It was the warmth of a place that had been lived in for a long time, that had absorbed years of firelight and candlelight and quiet evenings and slow mornings, that had soaked up so much human warmth over so many centuries that it had become warm itself in some deeper and more permanent way. She stepped inside. The entrance hall was lit by candles, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, set in iron holders along the walls and in great branching candelabras that stood at intervals down the length of the hall like a procession of small, patient flames. The floor was stone, covered in places by rugs of deep red and faded gold, their patterns worn soft by time. The ceiling was high and vaulted, and the candlelight reached up into it and softened there, turning the stone above her head a warm, honeyed amber. There was a staircase at the far end of the hall, wide and curving, its banister dark polished wood, smooth and cool to the touch. There were tapestries on the walls, old ones, their colors faded to the gentle, muted tones of things that have been beautiful for a very long time. She could make out shapes in them, forests, gardens, figures in long robes, animals she half recognized and half invented. Everything was clean. Everything was tended. There was no dust, no cobwebs, no sense of abandonment or neglect. The castle was cared for. Someone, or something, kept it this way. A door to her left stood slightly ajar, and through it came the smell of wood smoke and something warm and spiced. Cinnamon, perhaps, or cloves. and the soft, steady sound of a fire burning in a hearth. She pushed the door open gently and went in. It was a sitting room, or perhaps a library. The distinction was difficult to make, because the walls were lined floor to ceiling with bookshelves. But the furniture was the deep, cushioned, welcoming kind that invites you to sit and stay and not think about leaving. 2 armchairs faced the fireplace, their upholstery a deep forest green, worn soft at the arms and the headrests in the way that beloved furniture always wears. Not shabbily, but warmly, the way a favorite sweater wears. Between them, a low table held a tray with a teapot, a cup, a small plate of something that smelled of honey and almonds. The fire in the hearth was generous and steady, burning with the deep, settled glow of a fire that has been burning for hours and intends to burn for hours more. The logs were thick and old, and they burned slowly, sending up occasional soft crackles and the faint, sweet smell of applewood. Isabel stood in the doorway for a moment, taking it all in. Then she crossed the room, sat down in one of the green armchairs, and poured herself a cup of tea. It was, she would think later, a very strange thing to do. But it had felt entirely natural. The castle had offered, and she had accepted. And somehow, that had seemed like exactly the right response. The tea was warm and faintly floral. Chamomile, she thought, with something else underneath. Something she couldn't quite name, but that made her feel, with the first sip, as though she had been carrying a weight she hadn't noticed until it was gently lifted. She sat by the fire, and the snow fell outside the tall windows, and the candles burned steadily in their holders, and the castle was quiet around her. Not an empty quiet, but a full one. The quiet of a place that is simply at rest. She did not hear him come in. One moment she was alone, and then, when she looked up from the fire, she was not, in which she meets the one who lives here, and finds him not what she expected. He was standing in the doorway. He was large. That was the first thing. Large in the way that old trees are large, in a way that felt less like size and more like presence, like weight, like something that had been in the world for a long time and had grown into its own particular shape. He wore a long coat of dark wool, and his hands, she noticed his hands first, before she looked at his face, were large and still, hanging at his sides with a kind of deliberate quietness, as though he had learned over time to keep them very still so as not to startle anyone. His face was unusual. That was the word she settled on later when she tried to describe it to herself. Not frightening, not monstrous, unusual. His features were heavier than a man's features, broader, with something in the brow and the jaw that suggested a different kind of creature, a different kind of life. His eyes, though, his eyes were entirely, unmistakably human. They were dark and tired and very, very old, in the way that eyes become old, not from years, but from loneliness. He looked at her the way someone looks at something they have been hoping for, without quite believing it would come. "You found your way here," he said. His voice was low and quiet, a little rough at the edges, like a door that hasn't been opened in a while. Not threatening, simply unused. "I think the castle found me," Isabel said, which surprised her because she hadn't planned to say it. But it felt true. Something shifted in his expression. Not quite a smile, but the shadow of one, the memory of one. "That has been known to happen," he said. He did not come further into the room. He stood in the doorway with a careful distance between them, as though he were very aware of his own size and very determined not to use it to make her feel small. She appreciated that, she realized. She appreciated it very much. "I'm Isabel," she said. "I know," he said. And then, after a pause that was not uncomfortable, but simply thoughtful, "You may call me whatever feels right to you. I have not used my name in a very long time." She looked at him for a moment. "Then I'll call you by your name when you're ready to tell it to me," she said. "Until then, I won't call you anything at all." He looked at her for a long moment. Then he said, very quietly, "You are welcome to stay, for as long as you wish. The castle has been waiting for company." "Have you?" she asked. The pause before he answered was long enough that she heard the fire settle, heard a log shift and send up a small shower of sparks. "Yes," he said at last, "I have." He left her to finish her tea and rest, and she did not see him again until dinner. In the hours between, she explored. The castle was larger than it had appeared from outside. Or perhaps it simply felt larger, because every room was so full of things worth pausing over, worth standing still in front of, worth breathing in. She moved through it slowly, the way you move through a place you want to remember, touching things lightly with her fingertips, tilting her head to read the spines of books, pausing in doorways to let her eyes adjust to to the particular quality of light in each new room. There was a music room with a grand piano that gleamed darkly in the candlelight. Its keys yellowed slightly with age, but still beautiful, still perfect. She pressed one key softly, a middle C, and the note rang out clear and warm, and then faded slowly, until the room was quiet again, and the silence after it felt richer than the silence before. There was a conservatory at the back of the castle, its glass walls and ceiling fogged with condensation. The air inside warm and green and alive with the smell of growing things. Even in the deep of winter, the plants inside were thriving. Ferns and climbing vines, and small trees in terracotta pots, their roots deep in dark soil, their leaves a dozen shades of green, from pale mint to deep forest. She stood in the middle of it and breathed, and felt something in her chest loosen and soften. There was a long gallery with portraits on the walls, generations of faces looking out from their gilded frames, with the particular expression of people who have been painted, which is to say, a kind of formal stillness that is not quite how anyone actually looks. But here and there, in the eyes of one portrait, or the slight curve of another's mouth, she caught something more real, a hint of humor, a shadow of sadness, a quality of looking that felt, for just a moment, like being looked back at. And there was the library. She found it at the end of a long corridor on the second floor, behind a door that was slightly larger than the other doors, as though the room behind it had required a grander entrance. She pushed it open and stood very still in the doorway for a long moment, simply looking. It was the most beautiful room she had ever seen. It was 2 stories tall, with a gallery running around the upper level, accessible by a narrow spiral staircase in the corner. Every wall on both levels was shelves, floor to ceiling, packed with books of every size and color and age. There were books with leather spines tooled in gold, their titles worn to near illegibility. There were books with cloth covers in faded blues and greens and burgundies. There were slim volumes and enormous tomes, and everything in between, arranged in a system that she could not immediately decipher, but that clearly had its own logic, its own order. The order of a collection that has been tended and loved over a very long time. In the center of the room, beneath a chandelier of warm candlelight, was a reading table with 2 chairs. On the table, a single candle burned in a brass holder, and beside it, open and face down, as though someone had just set it aside, was a book. She crossed the room and looked at it without picking it up. It was a book of poetry, old, the pages slightly foxed at the edges. The text, in a typeface she recognized from very old editions. The poem it was open to was about winter, about the particular quality of winter light, about the way snow makes the world both smaller and larger at the same time. She sat down in one of the chairs and began to read. Dinner appeared as if by magic, which she was beginning to understand was simply how things worked here. She had found her way back to the sitting room as the light outside the windows faded entirely and the snow continued to fall. And when she arrived, the low table between the two armchairs had been transformed. A white cloth, candles in silver holders, two place settings of old china with a pattern of blue flowers around the rim, and dishes of food that smelled extraordinary. A soup that steamed gently and smelled of roasted vegetables and thyme. Bread that was still warm. A small dish of butter. A carafe of something dark red and fragrant. He was already there, sitting in the other armchair, and he rose when she came in. A gesture so old-fashioned and so genuine that it made her feel unexpectedly like something precious. "I hope you found the castle comfortable," he said. "I found it extraordinary," she said honestly. "The library alone." "Yes," he said, and something in his voice warmed. "The library is..." "Yes." They sat down together, and for a while they simply ate, and the fire burned, and the snow fell outside, and the candles on the table sent their small, steady light across the old china and the white cloth and the space between them. The conversation came slowly, the way conversations come when two quiet people find each other, not rushing, not filling silence for the sake of filling it, but letting words arrive when they were ready, and letting the silences between them be comfortable rather than awkward. She asked him about the books in the library, and he told her about them with a careful, contained enthusiasm that suggested he had not spoken about them to anyone in a very long time, and was trying not to overwhelm her with how much he had to say. She told him about her father, about the village, about the small blue door and the clock repair shop, and the smell of cardamom from the bakery on cold mornings. He listened the way people listen when they are genuinely hungry for the sound of another person's life. "You must be lonely here," she said, not unkindly, when a comfortable silence had settled between them. He considered this for a long moment, looking into the fire. "I have been lonely for so long," he said at last, "that I had almost forgotten what the alternative felt like." He paused. "Until this evening." She looked at him across the candlelit table, at his tired, unusual face, and his very human eyes, and felt something settle in her chest, something quiet and certain, like a key turning in a lock. "Tell me about the castle," she said. "Tell me everything." And he did, in which days pass like pages turning, and the castle becomes something like home. She stayed. She had not planned to stay. She had planned, in some vague and unexamined way, to leave in the morning, to find her way back through the forest, back to the village, back to her father and the small house with the blue door. But when morning came, soft and gray, and full of the particular hush of a world under fresh snow, she found that she did not want to leave. And when she went downstairs and found the kitchen warm and breakfast already laid, porridge with honey, a pot of strong tea, a small vase of winter berries on the windowsill, she found that the castle did not seem to want her to leave either. She sent word to her father through means she did not entirely understand, a letter that she wrote and left on the hall table, and that was gone the next morning, and that she trusted somehow had found its way. The castle had its own ways of doing things, its own quiet magic that operated in the background of daily life, like the mechanism inside one of her father's clocks, invisible, reliable, and somehow deeply comforting in its consistency. And so the days began. Mornings were her own. She would wake in the room that had been prepared for her, a room on the second floor with a window that looked out over the snow-covered gardens, with a bed so deep and soft that waking felt like surfacing slowly from warm water. And she would lie for a while in the particular luxury of not needing to be anywhere, listening to the sounds of the castle waking around her, the distant sound of a fire being stoked somewhere below, the soft settling of old wood in the cold, the occasional muffled sound of wind against the windows, and then the silence after it. She would dress slowly in the warm clothes that appeared in the wardrobe. She had stopped questioning where they came from, had simply accepted them with the same quiet gratitude with which she accepted everything the castle offered. She would go downstairs to the kitchen, where the fire was always already burning, and the kettle was always already warm, and she would make her tea and carry it to the library. The library in the morning was a different place than the library in the evening. In the morning, The light came through the tall windows at a low angle, pale and silver white, and it fell across the shelves in long, soft bars that made the dust motes visible. Tiny, slow-moving particles of light drifting through the air with the unhurried grace of things that have nowhere to be. She would settle into her chair at the reading table, wrap both hands around her warm cup, and simply sit for a while before opening any book. Simply breathing in the smell of old paper and wood smoke, and the faint, sweet ghost of whatever had been burned in the fireplace the night before. Then she would read. She read for hours in the mornings, moving through the library with the slow, exploratory pleasure of someone who has been given unlimited time in a place they love. She read poetry and natural history and old novels with long, winding sentences that took their time getting where they were going and were better for it. She read books in languages she only half understood, following the shapes of the words, even when the meanings escaped her, finding a kind of music in the unfamiliar sounds. She read books that seemed to have been written for no one in particular, and books that seemed uncannily to have been written for her specifically, as though the library had arranged itself to offer her exactly what she needed on any given morning. Sometimes she would find a book already pulled from the shelf and left on the table, not by any hand she had seen, but there nonetheless, as though the castle itself were making recommendations. These were always, without exception, exactly right. He joined her in the afternoons, not always immediately. Sometimes she would be deep in a book when she became aware of him, and she would look up to find him already settled in the other chair, reading his own book, the fire burning between them, and the afternoon light fading slowly in the windows. He moved quietly for someone so large. He had learned, she thought, to take up as little space as possible. Not because he was ashamed of his size, but because he had spent so long being careful not to overwhelm the spaces he moved through. They read together in a companionable silence that felt, from the very first afternoon, entirely natural. There was no awkwardness in it, no sense of performance or effort. They were simply two people who liked books and liked quiet, sharing a warm room on a winter afternoon. And it was one of the most comfortable things Isabel had ever experienced. Occasionally, one of them would read something aloud, a passage that was too good to keep to oneself, a sentence that needed to be heard as well as seen. He had a good reading voice, she discovered, low and measured, with a natural sense of rhythm. as though he understood instinctively where the pauses belonged. She liked listening to him read. She liked the way the words sounded different in his voice, slower somehow, more considered, as though he were tasting each one before offering it. "Listen to this," she said one afternoon, and read him 3 lines of a poem about the way light changes in late winter, when the days begin to lengthen again, and the light comes back at a different angle, warmer and more golden than the flat white light of deep winter. She read it slowly, the way it deserved to be read. When she finished, he was quiet for a moment. "Read it again," he said. She did. In the late afternoons, when the light was going, and the sky outside the windows was turning the deep, luminous blue of winter dusk, they would walk in the conservatory. It had become a ritual without either of them deciding to make it one. Simply something that happened, day after day, as naturally as the fire being lit and the tea being made. They would set their books aside and move through the warm, green, living air of the conservatory, walking slowly between the plants, pausing to look at things, talking or not talking, as the mood suggested. He knew every plant by name, not just the common names, but the Latin ones, the old names, the names that carried histories inside them. He would tell her about them in his quiet, careful voice, and she would listen and ask questions, and he would answer with the particular pleasure of someone sharing knowledge they had held alone for too long. There was a jasmine vine that climbed one of the glass walls, its small white flowers filling the air with a sweetness that seemed impossible in the middle of winter. There was a lemon tree in a large terracotta pot, its fruit small and bright yellow, almost luminous against the dark green of the leaves. There was a corner where ferns grew in deep shade, their fronds unfurling in slow, perfect spirals. And he told her that ferns were among the oldest plants on earth, that they had been growing in the same patient way since long before there were people to notice them. "That's comforting," she said, touching the edge of a frond gently with one finger. "Is it?" he asked, genuinely curious. "Yes," she said. "The idea that something just keeps growing, quietly, without needing to be noticed. That it doesn't require an audience to be what it is." He was quiet for a moment. Then, "I think I understand that." She looked at him, at his profile in the warm green light of the conservatory, and thought that yes, she imagined he did. Evenings were the best part. Dinner first, always. The table set by invisible hands. The food always warm and good, and somehow exactly what she had been wanting without knowing she had been wanting it. They ate slowly and talked easily, the conversation ranging across books and memories and ideas and the small particular details of daily life that become interesting when shared with the right person. After dinner, they would return to the sitting room, and the fire would be built up high, and they would settle into their chairs with the ease of long habit, and the evening would unfold around them like a slow, warm tide. Sometimes they talked. Sometimes they read. Sometimes they simply sat in the firelight and listened to the sounds of the castle at night. The wind in the chimneys, the soft percussion of snow against the windows, the occasional deep creak of old wood settling, the distant sound of a clock somewhere in the castle marking the hours in a low, unhurried tone. She learned things about him slowly, the way you learn things about a place you are living in. Not all at once, but gradually, through accumulation, through the small details that add up over time to something like understanding. She learned that he had been alone in the castle for longer than she could quite comprehend. Long enough that the world outside had changed in ways he could only imagine. Long enough that his memories of it had taken on the quality of very old photographs, faded and slightly unreal. She learned that he had read almost every book in the library at least once, and many of them many times, and that he had a particular fondness for books about the natural world, about birds and weather and the behavior of rivers and the way mountains are made. She learned that he could not sleep well, that he spent many nights in the library or walking the long corridors of the castle in the dark, and that the nights had been the hardest part of the long solitude. She learned that he was kind, not in a performed way, not in a way that required effort or attention, but in the deep, habitual way of someone for whom kindness is simply the default, the natural response to the world and the people in it. And she learned, slowly and without drama, that she was happy here. The snow fell and fell outside, and the days passed with the gentle, unhurried rhythm of a life lived at the right pace. And Isabel found herself thinking less and less about leaving. She thought about her father, and she sent him letters through the castle's mysterious postal system. And she received letters back, his handwriting small and precise, his words warm and reassuring, telling her that he was well, that the cough had improved, that the clocks were running again. She was glad. She was relieved. And she was also, quietly, glad to be where she was. There was something about the castle that felt more and more like the place she had always been looking for, without knowing she was looking. The quietness of it, the warmth of it, the sense that here, in these candlelit rooms with their deep chairs and their shelves of books and their generous fires, there was no need to be anything other than exactly what she was. And there was him. She thought about him in the mornings, in the library, before he arrived. She found herself listening for his footstep in the corridor, for the particular sound of the door opening that meant he was there. She found herself saving things, passages from books, observations about the plants in the conservatory, small thoughts that arrived during the day to tell him in the evening. She found herself in the quiet hours before sleep, replaying their conversations with the warm, unhurried pleasure of someone turning a smooth stone over and over in their hands. She did not name what she was feeling. She simply let it be there, the way you let a fire be warm without needing to explain the warmth, in which something shifts, like the light changing at the end of winter. It happened on an evening in late January, when the snow outside had finally stopped falling and the sky had cleared to a deep, star-filled black, and the moonlight lay across the floor of the sitting room in long silver rectangles. They had been reading as usual, and the fire had burned down to a deep bed of glowing coals that gave off a steady, radiant heat without much light, so that the room was lit mostly by the candles and the moonlight, and everything in it had the soft, slightly unreal quality of a room seen in a dream. She had set her book down and was watching the fire, and he had set his book down too, and they were simply sitting in the comfortable silence that had become, over the weeks, one of her favorite things in the world. "Can I ask you something?" she said. "Yes," he said. He always said yes. "Are you happy?" she asked. "Now, these days, are you happy?" He was quiet for a long time, long enough that she heard the clock somewhere in the castle mark the half hour, its tone low and resonant and fading slowly into the silence. "I had forgotten," he said at last, "what it felt like to look forward to something." He paused. "Every morning when I wake, I think about the afternoon, about the library, about—" He stopped. "About," she prompted gently. "About you being there," he said, very quietly, as though the words were fragile and needed to be handled carefully. She looked at him across the moonlit room, at his face in the soft light, the heavy brow, the tired eyes, the mouth that had learned over the weeks to curve more easily into something like a smile. "I think about you too," she said. "In the mornings, I save things to tell you." He looked at her. "What kinds of things?" "Lines from books," she said. "Things I notice in the conservatory. The way the light looks at a particular time of day." She paused. "Small things. The kinds of things that feel more real when you share them." He was very still. "Isabel," he said. And then he stopped, as though the word itself had used up something. "I know," she said softly. And she did know. She knew in the way you know things that have been true for a while before you find the words for them. Not as a sudden revelation, but as a recognition. A quiet acknowledgement of something that had been growing in the warm, candle-lit space between them for weeks, as steadily and naturally as the plants in the conservatory. She reached across the space between their chairs and placed her hand over his large, still hand resting on the arm of his chair. She felt him go very still, the way animals go still when something unexpected and gentle happens to them. Then, slowly, his hand turned beneath hers, and his fingers closed around hers, carefully, as though she were something he was afraid of breaking. They sat like that for a long time in the moonlit room, with the fire glowing and the candles burning, and the snow outside reflecting the starlight. And neither of them said anything, because nothing needed to be said. The change, when it came, was not dramatic. She had half expected, in the part of her mind that had grown up on stories, that there would be a moment, a flash of light, a sound like bells, a sudden and unmistakable transformation. She had expected to witness something. Instead, she woke one morning to find the light in her room different. Not dramatically different, simply warmer, more golden. The quality of light that comes in late February, when the sun has shifted just enough in the sky to remind you that spring is not so far away, that the world is tilting back toward warmth. She lay in bed for a moment, watching the light on the ceiling, feeling the particular quality of the morning, something lighter in it, something that had shifted in the night, like a tide turning. Then she got up and went downstairs. He was in the kitchen. He was standing at the window with a cup of tea, looking out at the garden. And when she came in, he turned, and she saw his face in the morning light. And she understood. He was still himself, still large, still quiet, still the person she had come to know over these weeks of firelit evenings and library afternoons and slow walks through the conservatory. His eyes were the same, dark and warm and very human. His voice, when he said good morning, was the same low, careful voice she had come to love. But the heaviness was gone. The weight that had sat on him like a stone, the deep tiredness of someone who has been alone for too long, it had lifted. Not all at once, not dramatically, but the way fog lifts on a winter morning, gradually, gently, until the light comes through. He looked, she thought, like someone who had been holding their breath for a very long time, and had finally, quietly, let it go. "Good morning," she said. "Good morning," he said, and he smiled, a real smile, full and unhurried, the smile of someone who has remembered how. She crossed the kitchen and stood beside him at the window, and they looked out together at the garden, where the snow was still deep and white and undisturbed, and the morning light lay across it in long golden bars. And somewhere in the bare branches of the trees at the garden's edge, a bird was singing. "Spring is coming," she said. "Yes," he said, "I think it is." She leaned her head against his shoulder, and he put his arm around her, and they stood together in the warm kitchen with their tea, watching the light move across the snow, and the bird sang in the branches, and the castle was quiet and warm around them, and everything was, in the most complete and simple sense of the word, all right. He told her his name that morning. He said it quietly, over breakfast, as though offering something he had kept safe for a long time, and was now ready to give. She said it back to him, and he closed his eyes for a moment when she did. The way you close your eyes when something you have been waiting for finally arrives. She wrote to her father that afternoon, a long letter full of details she had been saving. The jasmine in the conservatory, the poetry they had read aloud, the way the moonlight looked on the sitting room floor on clear nights. She told him she was happy. She told him she had found something she hadn't known she was looking for. Her father wrote back in his small, precise handwriting that he was glad, that he had always known she would find her way to the right place, that the clocks were all running perfectly, and the cardamom bread from the bakery was particularly good this week, and that he loved her very much. She folded the letter and kept it in the book she was currently reading, using it as a bookmark, carrying it with her through the days in which the story slows to a breath and the world grows very quiet and sleep comes gently. We are near the end of our story now. Not because anything is over. Nothing is over. The castle is still warm. The fire is still burning. The snow is still deep and white in the garden. And the bird is still singing in the bare branches of the trees. everything continues, quietly, warmly, in the way that good things continue. But it is late now, very late, and the story is ready to rest. So let us slow down together. Let us breathe. That night, Isabel sat by the fire in the sitting room for a long time after he had said good night and gone to his own room to sleep properly, deeply, for the first time in longer than either of them could measure. She sat in the green armchair with a blanket across her lap and a cup of chamomile tea cooling slowly on the table beside her, and she watched the fire. The fire was very low now. The logs had burned down to coals, deep orange and red, glowing with a steady, pulsing warmth that was more felt than seen. Occasionally, a small flame would rise briefly from the coals, blue at the base, orange at the tip, and then subside again, and the room would return to its warm, ember-lit dimness. The candles on the mantelpiece had burned low, too, their flames small and very still in the windless room, each one surrounded by a soft halo of warm light that barely reached the walls. The room existed in a kind of gentle half-dark, the kind of darkness that is not absence of light, but simply the quieter version of it, the darkness of late evening, of things winding down, of the world preparing for rest. Outside the windows, the snow had begun again. She could hear it, or rather, she could hear the absence of sound that snow creates, the way it muffles and softens everything, wrapping the world in a layer of quiet that feels almost like kindness. The wind had died completely. There was nothing moving out there, nothing making any sound at all. Only the snow falling in the dark and the moonlight somewhere above the clouds, diffused and gentle, turning the whole world outside a soft, luminous gray. She breathed in slowly. The room smelled of wood smoke and chamomile, and the faint, sweet ghost of the jasmine that had drifted in from the conservatory earlier in the day. It smelled of old books and warm wool, and the particular, indefinable smell of a room that has been lived in happily. A smell that is not any one thing, but the accumulation of many things. The olfactory record of evenings spent in good company, of fires burned, and teas drunk, and books read, and conversations had, and silences shared. She breathed out slowly. Her body was heavy in the chair. Not uncomfortably heavy, pleasantly heavy. The heaviness of a body that has been warm and well fed and at ease for many hours, that has no reason to be anywhere other than exactly where it is. Her hands were loose in her lap, Her shoulders had dropped. Her eyes, when she let them, wanted to close. She let them. And here, in this warm room, in this quiet castle, at the edge of a sleeping winter world, let us rest too. Feel the weight of your own body now. Feel the surface beneath you, solid and steady and completely supportive. You don't have to hold yourself up. You never did. You can let go of that now. Let your hands soften. Let your fingers uncurl. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw unclench. Let the muscles of your face go smooth and easy. Breathe in slowly, filling your lungs all the way to the bottom. And breathe out slowly, letting everything go with the breath. Every thought, every tension, every small remaining weight of the day. You are safe. You are warm. There is nothing required of you. The fire breathed in the hearth. The candles burned very small and very still. The snow fell outside in the dark, softly, endlessly, covering everything in white. Somewhere in the castle, a clock marked the late hour. One low, resonant tone that rang out and then faded, faded, faded into the silence, like a stone dropped into still water. The ripples spreading outward and then smoothing until the surface was still again, and you could not tell that anything had disturbed it. Isabel sat in the green armchair with her eyes closed and her breathing slow, and she thought about nothing in particular. Or rather, she thought about everything in the way you think about things when you are almost asleep. Not with the sharp, directed focus of waking thought, but with the soft, associative drift of a mind releasing its grip on the day. She thought about the library in the morning light, about the smell of old paper and the weight of a good book in her hands, about the sound of his voice reading poetry aloud, the way the words sounded different in his voice, slower and more considered. She thought about the conservatory, the warm green air of it, the jasmine and the lemon tree, and the ancient ferns unfurling their patient spirals. She thought about the way the light looked in there on winter afternoons, filtered through the fogged glass, soft and diffuse, and somehow both indoor and outdoor at once. She thought about the fire and the moonlight and his hand closing carefully around hers. She thought about her father in his small house with the blue door, the clocks ticking on his workbench, the smell of cardamom from the bakery drifting through the cold morning air. She thought about him with warmth and without worry, knowing he was well, knowing she would see him again, knowing that love does not diminish with distance, but simply stretches, like warm light stretching across a long room. She thought about spring coming, about the snow melting slowly in the garden, revealing the dark earth beneath, about the plants in the conservatory sending out new growth, pale green and tender, about the bird in the bare branches singing. She thought about all of this softly, without holding any of it, letting each thought arrive and rest for a moment, and then drift away, the way clouds drift across a winter sky, slowly, without urgency, without destination. Let your thoughts do the same now. Let them come and let them go. Don't hold any of them. Don't follow any of them. Just watch them drift past, like snow falling past a warm window, and let them go. Your breathing is slow now. In and out. In and out. Each breath a little slower than the last. Each exhale releasing a little more. The room around you is warm. The fire is low and steady. The candles are burning small and still. The snow is falling outside in the dark, and the world is very quiet. And there is nothing at all, that needs your attention right now. You have done enough today. You have been enough today. You can rest now. The fire in the hearth glowed its deep, steady orange. The candles burned down to their last inch, their flames barely moving, barely there. Small points of warm light in the quiet room, faithful and unhurried. The snow fell outside, and the moonlight lay across the garden in long silver bars. And the castle was warm and still and full of the particular peace of a place where something has been healed. Isabel slept in the green armchair, her breathing slow and even, her hands open in her lap, her face smooth and at rest, and the castle breathed around her, warm and quiet and alive, keeping its gentle watch through the long winter night. Breathe in, slowly, and out, slowly, in, out. The fire is warm. The snow is falling. You are safe. You are held. You can sleep now. Sleep now. Sleep. The end. This story was written to carry you gently into rest. If you are still awake, simply breathe. Let your body grow heavier with each breath. Let the warmth of the story stay with you as you drift. There is nothing more to do tonight. Only sleep. soft and deep and dreamless, waiting for you just below the surface of this moment. Good night.